Hello, and welcome to this week's episode of the Help on the Way podcast, where we are featuring March 26th, 1972, from the Academy of Music in New York, New York. I am your co-host, The Game, here with my fellow co-hosts, Snob and Fig. Let's go ahead and give them a big old lunchtime hello, friends.
A big old lunchtime hello, friends.
Friends?
How are you two doing on this lovely day of recording?
I'm doing good.
Very well.
Chilling.
Very well. I'm particularly liking the synchronicity with last week's episode and how we were discussing March 26th of 72 and how this episode, that's actually our random show. Randomly chosen show.
I gotta make some killer jokes about a random ass show from 1988 now.
Yeah, that'll be next week.
Yeah. Yeah. I was spending the morning just chilling and re-listening to the second set of this one. It was fun, doing stuff in the morning kind of music.
My morning consisted of this show and watching we have finally captured the murderer press conferences on the news.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Yes.
He was making his way out to your neck of the woods there, Game.
I was waiting for him.
I believe.
You would have, if that guy was around your neck of the woods, you'd have caught him.
Exactly. I'll sit outside and just wait.
You would have just smoked him out, and then he would have fallen asleep on your couch, and then authorities would have come.
Dude, you gotta listen to this 87 show. We're gonna skip drum space, but you gotta listen.
Look, I'm gonna call you in, but do you have like 2.5 hours? Like, come here.
They open with the mighty Quinn, man. They open with Quinn.
It's a playing the band, Uncle playing in the band.
Would you put that rifle away, please? Just focus.
The guy checks himself back into the jail. At that point.
All right, fine. Get away from me, you creep. All right. This week on Channel 6, we have we have, I would say, one news item, one review item, and one announcement item, which I guess could also fall in as a news item. First things first is our brand new Help on the Way podcast YouTube channel. That's right. You may now find all of our episodes uploaded to YouTube, starting with last week's episode, Mr. Charlie Told Us So,
nice.
Which I believe was episode 83, if I'm remembering correctly. Perfect.
So now we have to go back and upload the other 82 episodes.
I was already thinking
that's not going to happen.
Well, it's
when we can afford to get like an intern, maybe I'll ask the intern to do it.
Is that not my
deal? You're not the intern. You've been promoted.
Aw, thanks, guys.
So, moving forward, you will now find all of our podcasts uploaded to YouTube. So please check us out and give us a subscription and follow. It's a subscription, right? Is that a YouTube thing? You subscribe?
Yeah, subscribe. Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Yeah. I would point down. And just spoiler alert, it's not going to be our ugly mugs that you see. It'll just be a steely with our audio in the background. So don't get too excited.
I think we should get some drawings, some cartoon characters of us that we can vaguely animate to do all of the talking. It feels like it would be tougher than
like just little heads.
Yeah. With
there is this new Twitch thing called VTubers, where it's like anime characters.
Yeah.
we could just be anime characters.
I
don't know how the hell it works, but we could definitely do it.
Oh yeah.
So
as
anyway,
I don't have to do the work.
Anyway, a VTube coming soon. Following up to that YouTube is looking back at our wonderful time last week with Charlie frickin' Miller, as outlined here in our show sheet. Knob or Fig, either or, both. That was definitely a bucket list item, check off list deal thing, etc. My words definitely got jumbled there. But
Yeah.
it was
No.
such
all those things.
It was very surreal having him on and having him be just so personable, and he just fit right in. It was great.
Right.
Your thoughts on the episode and the discussion?
Yeah, I mean, not to toot our own horns, but I thought it was a really fun episode. I don't even know if Charlie Miller being on the show was bucket list for me. That was one of those things that I kept like joking would never happen and had kind of come to believe would just never happen.
It was an inside joke for us.
Yeah, and so it was really cool to have him on to get to pick his brain and to just like chat. I don't know. I definitely felt a lot less intimidated once he was actually there with us. I like spent the whole afternoon before the episode like reading up on all the dead things to make sure that I was like on top of things with my I was basically cramming.
Coming up with detailed points about drums in space and how moving or not moving.
Yeah, my only regret is that I wasn't allowed to geek out about fish with him for an hour and a half.
Yeah, I kind of put the kibosh on that.
No, and you were right, too, but I would have liked to.
Well, start your own podcast, Knob. Go right ahead. I dare you.
No,
you won't.
I won't.
It's a lot of work. Echo how awesome it was. It was a lot of fun. Definitely was a bucket list filler there. And it was great. We had a lot of fun just rapping. And the coolest part was that I'm not convinced that Charlie actually did the homework, so to say, and listened to the show, kind of like how we do, and like make notes. I think Charlie was doing it off the top of his head. I'm fairly convinced that this random show, as we would call it, was just something that he knew how to speak, novels about, and it was really fun, and he did a great job and made for a great app. So thank you, Charlie.
Hopefully, we will be seeing Charlie back here with us in the near future. We have nothing set in stone, but we are definitely open to those communications. And now, perhaps the biggest news coming out of this week, and as if our YouTube launch and Charlie Miller on our episode wasn't big enough. I guess this is the official announcement of Dead Ahead. Dead Ahead will be playing January 12th through the 15th at the Riviera Cancun, Mexico, once known as Playin In The Sand. And the band, and Knob, you're definitely going to have to help me on some of these names.
Sure.
The main band features Bobby Weir, of course, Mickey Hart, Jeff Chimenti, O'Teal, Burbridge, Don Was, and Jay Lane. Notice who's missing there.
Is Don? Yeah, but Don Was and O'Teal play the same instrument.
Yes, they're both bass players, which is very interesting to me.
I mean, because the Grateful Dead famously had two drummers. Are we just kind of iterating that with two bass players?
I don't know.
Well, Don Was, I think, is a multi-instrumentalist, so
that is true. Was could definitely turn out to pull out a different instrument. I will say that also Was and Burbridge approach bass very differently from each other. Was is a lot more of a traditional, like, hold down the pocket kind of bass player, whereas O'Teal is much more in that Phil world of going off and doing a lot of crazy things. And I feel like the two of them could play together very well, though I'm not fully sure what exactly that's going to look or sound like.
The only band that I know that had two bassists was Spinal Tap. And I'm not even sure if they're a real band or if it's just a big joke. So I don't want them to fall into that big joke. But we'll see. I'm curious as to that.
I could see them playing a 3-hour jazz odyssey.
Just Big Bottom the whole time.
So joining Dead Ahead.
Yes.
Derek Trucks and Susan jump in.
Susan Tedeschi.
I even know how to say it, and I was practicing, and it's just the Pennsylvania Dutch in me took it away.
Sure.
And you know what? Just take the next two as well. And just take the next three. Take the next three.
Sure. It's Rick from Goose, Marco Pry, and Sturgill Simpson. No, I've never known how to pronounce. I shouldn't say this on the podcast, but I've never liked Goose enough to know how to pronounce his name. He's Rick
It's
from
also,
Goose to me.
you know, not to apologize for my co-host here, but like it's kind of a funny font. Not quite sure if it's an O or a D, so I'll give it to you guys.
No, I know how it's spelled. This is a personal moral objection to Goose.
Save it for your own podcast.
These comments are going to come back and haunt me.
Now, do we have any thoughts on? Now, I know I personally really like Derek and Susan.
Yes.
And Rick from Goose. I feel like I should know more about Margot and that Simpson fella.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a really fun lineup. They've announced the schedule, and it looks like the first day it's going to be the 6 players previously mentioned, plus just Derek and Susan and Sturgill Simpson. And then the other night is with Rick Goose and Margot Price and Sturgill Simpson. And I think it'll be good to not have 11 people on the stage at the same time trying to figure out how to improvise together. But no, I'm genuinely very excited about these lineups. Obviously, Derek and Susan are killer. Trucks being an all-timer slide player, and Susan Tedeschi having one of the most beautiful voices in jam music. That's a low bar, but she leaps and bounds over it. And yeah, as much as I gripe about Goose, I got no problem with Rick as a guitar player. He's done a lot of great shows with Phil and Friends over the last couple of years. It is very clear that he has a reverence and an ability to play dead music. Sturgill Simpson's a country guy, which will be really cool to see him up there with the rest of the band. He does, he's just really cool. I very much recommend giving Sturgill Simpson
guitarist, right?
Yeah, guitarist and singer. I got a feeling that he'll be doing more singing than guitar playing just because they've got Bobby and Derek or Bobby and Rick, but they could throw him out there for guitar in a couple of them.
It's going to be a very interesting couple of evenings in January. Once again, that's January 12th through 15th. I always, these past few years, we have been spoiled with these Playing in the Sand shows. And selfishly, they always fall right around my birthday. So I kind of always look forward to them, like, ooh, like a little birthday treat, because it's also normally around football playoff time as well.
I remember the one Playing in the Sand a few years back where the 49ers were in, I think it was the quarterfinals or whatever. I don't know, football. But they literally had the giant TVs on the 2 sides of the backstage, and you would just kind of see the members of the band just like back up a little bit just to take a look at what's going on, and then they'd come back to the show, and it was very fun to watch.
Yes, I roll that roller coaster with the boys in the band. So yeah,
I'm question for you.
Yes,
is Playing in the Sand, was that broadcast? Like, was that a Nugs kind of thing?
Yes.
Or...
Yeah.
So we should expect the same from Dead Ahead then.
Yes. I would be very surprised if they're only gonna play this for the folks.
I mean, that's a lot of talent. It's a lot of people, to be honest with you. They're flying down to Mexico.
Well, and there's who else? There's Lettuce. Lettuce is coming.
The Wolf Bros, O'Teal and Friends.
The whole Wolf Pack too. Mickey Hart's whole thing, and I did some sleuthing on the web. Mickey Hart will provide late night rhythmic experience called Mickey Hart's Noche de Ondas, which, according to Google Bard, means Night of the Waves.
Oh man! Can you imagine?
That was my addition. Continue.
Just seeing Mickey out there, just like in like a boat, just like summoning the sounds of the waves.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah, he's just hitting the water with
pure
his
ambience. I'm down.
This is something. This is definitely one of those experiences I will probably never get to experience. It's definitely way out of my price.
Well, I think you can apply for a fellowship this year that has some stipend money.
My I could never talk my wife into being like, you know what, like let's go to this resort in Mexico, and she'd be like, oh, that sounds amazing. And I'd be like, oh yeah, we're going to see Grateful Dead for 3 nights in a row. She would put a knife to my throat. So.
Well, it's a lot of money for seeing the Grateful Dead for 3 nights in a row. Like I might be able to convince my wife to do.
We're not seeing the Grateful Dead. For
yes,
true.
Excuse me. Well, okay.
In my wife's reanimated Jerry Garcia, I'd chill out.
In my wife's world, it's all the Grateful.
It's all Grateful Dead. That's my hypo. The hypo is from my wife's eyes. You want me to see the freaking Grateful Dead for 2 nights in Riviera Cancun, Mexico for $2,500?
But what if you explain to her that Virgil Simpson and Rick from Goose are going to be there? Does that not change things?
Night of the Waves.
Rick to my wife, Goose. Every version of Althea is the same, no matter who's singing it. Period. So... yeah, just one of those things. Speaking of, my wife and I are getting ready to go on a road trip to Florida here in, I believe, 17 or 18 days. And she's already like, you're not going to,
acrimony here.
Put some, jam bands on the way. I'm like, no.
I'll tell you what, this 72 show would have been an amazing
it was really good.
Road trip. It would have been an amazing road trip show because it was 3 hours long, some really heady jams. Some really good, just straight playing too.
Yeah, but you'd have been kicked off aux in the middle of the other one.
Yeah,
it was a very good the other one, but you're getting kicked off aux probably around the 15-minute mark.
Before we dive into that, let's go ahead and quickly hit our 2 final bullet points. Then we'll jump into our March show.
Okay.
Billy and the Kids announced their Days of the Dead, October 20th and 21st at the Cap in New York, and the October 31st and November 2nd in California. And the Wolf Brothers have started their tour as well. They're doing their own shows, and they're doing Willie
Nelson's
right?
Outlaw Fest. Yeah, they did a couple shows before, and they're going to do a couple shows after. But the bulk of this Wolf Brothers tour is the sets during the Outlaw Festival.
Nice.
I haven't been able to listen to anything yet, but I have been hearing really good things from friends that have been there.
Man, now I do want to go to the Philly show.
And go.
Probably fun.
Easier said than done, my friend.
What? When is the Philly show? Do you know off the top of your head? I think you even
just 27th. It's 2 weeks from when we record this.
Today. Yeah.
September 27th. Oh yeah, we literally go to Florida. I can't tell my wife I'm going to Philly that day. No way. No way. On to our main event for the week. This week we are featuring March 26th, 1972, from the Academy of Music in New York, New York. This was a Sunday to help set the mood. Set 1 kicked off with The Greatest Story Ever Told, Cold, Rain and Snow, Chinatown Shuffle, Black Throated Wind, You Win Again, Mr. Charlie, Jack Straw, Loser, Looks Like Rain, Big Railroad Blues, Big Boss Man, and ended with a very long rendition of Playin In The Band. Fig, what were your thoughts on set 1?
I do just have to throw out that they then also played El Paso and a very long Good Lovin', and that's where set 1 ends.
Why does my set list here? I'm sorry. I look at a different set list, so I see all the words thrown out, and my set list definitely ends with that. Huh. Interesting. You are correct. Because I definitely stopped it during the Good Lovin'.
The show she's correct.
Yes, it is. Fig, what were your thoughts on set 1?
Sure, thank you. I had a lot of thoughts, which is tough for me because 72 is a tough year for me to extrapolate upon, just because what they were doing was so different from the kind of the Grateful Dead that we know, kind of like post hiatus Dead there, and where most of the shows come from, to be honest with you. But I do have a lot here. It was a great show. So, Greatest Story was very well played, very well sung, both by Bobby Weir. Jerry sounds great on the wah, but Bobby is just really going crazy. His strumming hand was just nuts all night. Just, I don't know how that thing is still attached to his hand or to his arm, because he was going crazy. And Phil was just giving this drone throughout, which was so cool to hear. It was a really good Phil night as well. It was a good Bobby night, good Phil night. We get into Cold Rain and Snow. I thought this was a pretty cool version in the laid-back sense of that term. There wasn't any try to... they weren't trying to harmonize on the rain and snow, that part. It was just like straight up Jerry, golden voice Jerry, which was really cool to hear. We get into Chinatown Shuffle, and in our little chit-chat, Knob said that there was a song that we hadn't ever... Well, he said there was a song that we'd never reviewed before, and then he said there was a song that we haven't reviewed, or sorry, she said there was a song that they haven't reviewed before, or that we haven't reviewed in many, many episodes. And I think it's going to be Chinatown Shuffle.
I'll tell you that there's actually 3 songs that we haven't had in 81 episodes, and it is all the Pigpen originals.
Okay.
Chinatown Shuffle, Mr. Charlie, and Two Souls in Communion.
We had Mr. Charlie last week, right?
No, we just had Charlie Miller on the show.
Oh. That was just the name. That was the name of the show. Thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
Okay, so Chinatown Shuffle was very well sung, and I think that this show is actually the best that I've ever heard Pigpen sing. Maybe he was laying off the sauce that night. I don't know, but he sounded great. A really good Keith solo in this one, and I like this song in the sense that after the instrumental section, they go back into the pre-chorus, which is kind of cool. Like, they don't go into the verse again. It's just like they go right back into the da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. It's a good song. It's just good. It's a good song. Black Throated Wind was okay. I like the tempo in this one. It's really not a song I rate. Bobby sang it well. You Win Again. Was this one that we never heard before?
This is the first time we're covering You Win Again on the Help on the Way
You
podcast.
Win Again.
Boom.
Yeah. All right. So I win.
You did?
What do I win?
Again.
I win again. This is good. I don't know. This is kind of just another one that they played. Jerry sounded good on it. Mr. Charlie Told Me So was a good bop. Very apropos as for last week's show. Jack Straw was good. Loser, decent, but I like the bigger, more emotional one from the March 87 show that we played last week. Looks Like Rain, which was a very sweet version. Phil was actually giving some great harmonies here, especially in the I'll Still Sing You Love Songs part. And I didn't know, was Jerry playing pedal steel, or was he just playing slide? He was.
Okay. This is during the brief little period where Jerry plays pedal steel on Looks Like Rain.
I don't know why they got rid of that idea, because it sounded beautiful. And we get into Big Railroad Blues.
Can I answer you? Because this does interest me. Sorry.
It was a rhetorical knob.
It was logistical reasons that they stopped having Jerry play the pedal steel, because he really only played it on like a song or two, and it was the Grateful Dead, so they weren't going to play those songs every night. So the crew hated having to lug around this instrument that they didn't know whether or not Jerry was actually going to play it that night.
Yeah, but the wall of sound, A-okay. So we get into Big Railroad Blues. This is a fun song. I always like it when they sneak it into the set. This version, however, was nothing great. We get into Big Boss Man. Again, very well sung. This is not one of my favorite of the Pigpen songs. So Playin In The Band was the first real jamming set piece of the night, and it was really good. Lots of heavy tremolo use and wah use by Jerry. Bobby was comping very well to keep things chugging along. Again, his right hand was going crazy all night. They really got a good drone of sound going on, some feedback effects. It was, pretty stellar jamming here. And they come into El Paso, which was good, and they finish off the first set with Good Lovin', which was fun and a good... I don't know what I meant to write there. Good PP, I wrote. I don't know what that means.
Big pen.
Good... thank you. Good Pigpen. Yeah, good Pigpen vehicle. Great. Thank you. Wow. So with that, Knob, go right ahead.
Thank you. I enjoy this a lot. I'm a big 72 person. I really enjoy the way that they play in that year. It just, to me, sounds and feels good. And that's generally true with this night. Greatest Story is a really fun way to open things. There's almost like a laid-back vibe on the verses that you don't always get from this song, which contrasts with some really high-energy choruses. And a really fun jam. They keep kind of finding another gear of energy, which is really nice. Well played Cold Rain and Snow. What I especially appreciate is that the band is very reactive to what other members of the bands are doing. A lot of little licks and fills kind of playing off of each other, which is really nice. It's not a highlight of the set or anything, but it is strong. I just love Chinatown Shuffle as a song. It's kind of my weak spot as a Grateful Dead critic, because I'm just happy when I hear it. I don't know what separates a good Chinatown Shuffle from a bad Chinatown Shuffle, because they're all a good time to me. This is no exception. Pigpen sounds great here. Jerry and Keith trade off some really great solos and a really nice song for Bobby's rhythm guitar parts. I'll emphasize what you said, Game, that this is a good night for Bobby. If you want to understand exactly what Bob Weir brings to the Grateful Dead, tonight is an excellent example of that.
And a good mix for him as well.
Agreed. And then, a well-played Black-Throated Wind, some passionate vocal delivery from Bobby. I wasn't huge on it. Ewan again was slower than they normally play it, which was interesting. It leaned more into the, old school country roots that the original song has compared to how it sounds on, say, the Europe 72 album. But despite a slower tempo, Jerry brings some really great energy to it, both on his guitar and in his vocal delivery. There's some very passionate vocals there, which is really cool. To me, the first number of the night to really, really do it for me is Mr. Charlie. The band is incredibly tight at this point. Pigpen is killing it. There's an awesome Jerry solo. Yeah. I really, really enjoyed Mr. Charlie. Which then takes us into a zippy Jack Straw, which I also really enjoyed. It's very well played, an excellent use of dynamics. This one is interesting because it's from the early days of Jack Straw, so Bobby sings both of the parts. There's no Jerry joining in on the other half. That would start about a month or two later in May of 72. But this was very fun. I also really enjoyed the loser. The Mr. Charlie Jack Straw loser is probably my favorite run of songs in this first set. It was interesting that it took us until song 9 to get a Jerry original. You got a couple of Jerry songs up to this point, but it was Cold Rain and Snow and You and Again, which are both covers, whereas here we get Loser as the first Jerry original. And Jerry is having a lot of fun with the vocals on it. Again, Bob's contributions to this song cannot be overstated. It was really nice, and I really enjoyed Keith getting real loose and having fun on this Loser. Really enjoyed. Mm-hmm. Looks Like Rain is fun. Nothing wrong, but I wasn't huge on it. Probably the highlight is just hearing Jerry and Keith kind of playing together. It was good. Same deal with Big Railroad Blues. Jerry plays a really strong solo, some very high energy backing, some especially playful stuff from Keith and Bobby. And then it really gets cooking for me again at Big Boss Man. There's just some nice, slinky vibes. They lean into the shuffle feel on this song, and it really works. It was also just nice to hear a Pigpen harmonica solo. He really rips on the harp. I understand why it didn't really have a huge place in Grateful Dead music, but I am always happy to hear Pig take a harmonica solo. And then a little, new Speedway Boogie feel in Jerry's solo, which was interesting. And then, I loved it.
In what way?
It just felt like the opening lick of Jerry's solo just sounded like the boom from New Speedway Boogie.
Cool.
Yeah. And then a really again,
I just wanted to make you make mouth noises.
Of course, and it takes very little to get me to imitate a vocal line, a little line of music. It's my unfortunate a cappella background coming through. So then we get to Playin In The Band, and it is a really strong Playin In The Band. It is our first big jam of the night, and it's so much fun. The song part is fun and bouncy like you want out of Playin In The Band, and then they get real nice and quiet at the start of the jam, which gives them a lot of room to play with. And then Jerry just makes his guitar wail. Oh, it's so good. Some great underscoring from Bobby. You will get spacier and weirder jams even within this show, but there's just always a constant sense of motion in this Playin In The Band. It's like every idea is like a wave that like comes, it gets played, and then it gets crashed into the shore and then swallowed back into the ocean of music where like another wave has suddenly come up, and there's just this constant cycle of jams kind of dissolving into each other and coming out of each other. It's hard to describe.
And they're different too.
Yeah.
It is very hard to describe. But like the ideas are different and changing and evolving, and
yes, constantly.
Yeah.
And it makes for a really cool Playin In The Band. And then a jaunty El Paso, despite being a self-proclaimed El Paso stan. Is that what the kids are calling it? I wasn't huge on this El Paso.
Dan?
Stan.
Stan. Stan. That's what they say.
Yeah.
I heard Dan.
I'm a big Steely Dan of El Paso. Yeah, it's fine. Phil brings some really nice energy. Jerry has some hot licks, but I wouldn't call this a highlight of the set. Fun, good lovin'. I'm just going to read you a note that I took. I'm just going to read it word for word. The cowards, Fig and Game, are going to tell you the problem with this good lovin' is how long it is. They're wrong. The problem with this good lovin' is whatever harmonies Phil and Bob are doing. They throw in some notes that I'm going to politely call incorrect. And then, once we get into the Pigpen rap, Pigpen like starts throwing in the all night long from Wang Dang Doodle, and it's fun for like the first minute, and then
I did hear that. Yeah.
Then he just keeps singing that.
He was
for
rapping.
Like
he was doing his little rap
minutes.
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It just stays in the same place for a little too long in the middle for me. But once Pigpen leaves the all night long motif, Good Lovin' goes back to being a blast. I wouldn't call this a highlight of the set or anything, but it is a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be from the first couple of minutes. So that is a bunch of rambling that I think come together to make my thoughts on set 1 of March 26th, 1972. What did you think, Game?
I thought it was good. I really enjoyed Greatest Story. Cold Rain Snow was okay. I really enjoyed Chinatown Shuffle. I don't know why that like came out of blue for me, but I was like this morning at whenever I messaged that I was dancing the Chinatown Shuffle, I was like it was awesome. So Chinatown Shuffle was I think the best thing for me for set 1. Really liked Black Throated Wind. You Win Again was okay. Mr. Charlie was great. Jack Straw was good. Loser was good. Looks Like Rain was okay. Big Railroad was great. Big Boss Man was great. Playin In The Band was awesome. El Paso was good. And I definitely cut out at like the 4-minute mark at Good Lovin'. Definitely.
And I will say that Knob assumed that I would say it was too long, but I did not think that. I thought it was a good Lovin'.
Set 2.
I thought set 2 was too long, but go ahead.
I don't disagree.
Okay.
Set 2 opened up with Truckin'. Then we got drums into the other one, into Me and My Uncle, into the other one, into Wharf Rat. Then we got Sugar Magnolia, Two Souls in Communion. Then we got Not Fade Away into Going Down the Road, Feeling Bad into Not Fade Away. Knob, what was your thoughts on set 2?
I liked it. I'm probably going to be more positive than the two of y'all based on our vague intro for it, but I really enjoyed set 2. This is what, like, okay, I like the tightness of set 1, and that's really fun, but when I come to the Grateful Dead, what I want are songs that sound like this Truckin', songs that sound like this the other one, songs that even sound like this Wharf Rat. It's a really fun...
Can you describe sounds like? What exactly are you? Like, because I don't know how to describe it myself.
Sure,
I'm not trying to like quiz you on it. I'm just
yeah. To me, it's about the risks being taken. Take a song like Truckin', and we've listened to a lot of versions of Truckin' on this podcast. But we generally stick to 80s renditions of Truckin'. Not by choice, but that's just kind of how it goes. And while there are usually jams to those Truckins, they tend to follow the same pattern. While it is improvised, it almost starts to feel like a pre-written instrumental section. Whereas here, when we get into the jams of Truckin', you just have no idea where it's going to go, how it's going to go, the journey that you are going to be taken on. There's a risk and a sense of adventure in the improvisation that is just so wonderfully early Grateful Dead. So I'll get into it more specifically than just talking in these vague platitudes. I really enjoyed the intro to Truckin'. It's really tight, especially weird knowing how weird it's going to get. I must say that I didn't love the song part of Truckin', but that mostly came down to the vocals not doing it for me. The harmonies really weren't clicking. Bobby's voice didn't sound as hot as it did on most of the other songs tonight. There's a really high energy groove from the band. Bill and Phil especially find a nice pocket to play in. Keith is really killing it. And then Bobby makes those fucking hissing cat noises that he does with his voice sometimes. And I'm just not as into it. Now, conversely, when we get into the jam sections, it's great. I really furiously intense first jam. They packed in 10 minutes worth of jam ideas into 3 minutes. It almost felt similar to the wave metaphor earlier. It almost just felt like the jam was like a snake eating its own tail, but quickly, like a snake wolfing down its own tail. And then the second jam was really beautifully different. It was a lot mellower and a lot spacier compared to the ferocity of the first. And really getting to have these two very different sounding jams made this Truckin' work for me. It's not a highlight of the night. It's not a highlight of set 2. But it is really cool for the instrumental improvisation. Drums is fun. I mean, it helps that it's short. But Billy does a really good job of keeping the forward momentum going. And then we get into the other one, which is really the centerpiece of this evening. I love how odd the other one jam gets. There's a very intense intro, and then they just get more and more mellow. A lot of times with these kinds of bands, the answer is start really mellow and allow yourself to build to a big peak. But what I appreciated was that this basically started with the big peak and then just allowed itself to go in a lot of different ideas. This is a very Keith-oriented, the other one. I really enjoyed. And then the second jam after the first verse started off high energy, but goes to a quieter, tense Phil, Jerry, and Bobby place. It was really cool. And then I was impressed with how smooth the transition into Me and My Uncle was. Until Bob started singing, it honestly just felt like a new idea being thrown into the other one jam. And I could have seen them keep going for another few minutes on that before transitioning into the song proper. Me and My Uncle has some really fun energy, though, in this sea of songs with 10, 15, 20-minute jams. It kind of flies by. I kind of had to, towards the end of the song, I caught myself going it's over now. Okay. Because it's probably the shortest song in the second set. And then we get into the Wharf Rat. Jerry sounds really good here. We get a very pretty Jerry voice. Old school Wharf Rat bridge, where they lean into making it as sparse as possible until those harmonies come in, which is always really cool. It's not just a nice performance of the song, but there's also a really cool jam afterwards, which is nice. Which then takes us into a very zippy Sugar Magnolia, a very the vocals sound so much better on Sugar Magnolia than Truckin' that it almost made me question Truckin' even more. And then we get into this real nice Energizer Bunny of a jam before we get into the Sunshine Daydream. And then when we get into Sunshine Daydream, everybody is killing it. Keith has some great stuff. Bobby has some great stuff. Even Pigpen's part on the tambourine is a lot of fun. Really, really enjoyed the Sugar Mag. And then I love The Stranger. I really do. It's in that same boat with Chinatown Shuffle where it just kind of always works for me. It's an odd placement within the set, I will admit. But Pigpen really kills it. And for his only song in set 2, he brings a lot. This is a song that kind of lives and dies by how into it Pigpen is willing to get. And he is willing to get into it tonight. And it's a song that I think it kind of gets better and better as it goes on, which kind of makes sense because it's only the 4th time that they had played this one. And then we get into the Not Fade, Going Down, Not Fade, which was a lot of fun. A fast Not Fade Away, even by 72 standards. Obviously, the drums are the heart of the Dead's arrangement of Not Fade Away, which was true in the 70s, true in the 80s. That was always a big part of it. But this Not Fade Away has some excellent work from Jerry and Bobby. And then, honestly, the Going Down the Road was one of my highlights of this set. I really enjoyed that it, started in a more groovy place in the song itself, which gave them a lot of room to grow towards the uproaring, raucous time that the jam would become by the end. And then a strong transition back into Not Fade Away, which was a fun way to close things out. I really enjoyed set 2. Just some really cool jamming, some very inspired playing from everyone, really. What did you think, Fig?
I think I agree. I did a little bit of research in the interim, and one thing I noticed about this show that I don't think I realized going into it was how close in proximity it was to Europe 72. Oh, so yeah. This was actually the Academy of Music run. Yeah, we're pretty much there. Yeah, so they had this pretty long run at Academy of Music for the end of March 72, and our show is March 26, 72. They played the 27th, 28th, and then they meet back up in England on April 7th. So this was definitely the lead up to some really historic stuff, and I think that they're playing tonight was historic as well. So starting with Truckin, I actually wrote that this was the height of the Grateful Dead's improvisational powers. Not Truckin, but set 2, I think. Yeah. Although Truckin, I really liked the jam as well. See, I thought Truckin was pretty well played with good harmonies throughout. The jam was rocking. It ultimately gets pretty chill with some interesting... Yeah, so I agreed with what you said about Phil and Bobby's space. They kind of play a duo together at one point. The 4-minute drums was nice, and it goes into the other one, which I wrote. It was a pretty intense jam from the get-go. The band was just rip-roaring, ready to go, and the jam was experimental and jazzy throughout. And again, this is where I wrote the comment about the Dead at the height of their improvisational powers. At one point, there was good use of feedback to create atmosphere. I said that this was kind of like a proto-space, so Game may have skipped it. And at one point, I wrote that it reminded me of what King Crimson was doing in the early 70s. So some interesting stuff there. Clearly, they didn't have violin, but they had a ton of other instrumentation, and it was awesome that night. So we go into Me, My Uncle. I thought was good, but it was just kind of random. And I couldn't help but compare the other one, Uncle, the other one, to what Darkstar, El Paso, Darkstar. Just kind of using a country song in the middle of some experimental improvisation. Uncle didn't work as well just because, I don't know, it's more of a song. Like El Paso kind of appears as a mirage almost, like it just kind of, you can jam into it and begin El Paso, whereas Uncle is more composed and actually has a beginning, and the beginning just clashed with what they were doing with the other one, and then it clashed what they were doing with the other one, Reprise, as well, which was just back to this insane intensity and jazziness. So I thought Uncle didn't work as well there. El Paso would have been cool to hear. We get into Wharf Rat. Again, it was nice to hear Golden Voice Jerry on this. It brings a kind of naivete to the main character, and that's in contrast to what we heard I think just last week in the later 80s, after he's been through so much in the later 70s and 80s. Sugar Mag's great energy and harmonies. Pretty intense way to, I thought, end the show. but they didn't. They kept going for their half hour, which, just because you can doesn't mean you should. I thought Sugar Mags would have been a great way to end the show. But we got to give Pigpen his due. So Stranger, really well sung by Pigpen. Again, I thought this was the best night for Pigpen vocally that I've ever heard. Into Not Fade Away. Again, Bobby's right wrist is going into overdrive. Going down the road feeling bad. Pretty much the same stuff. Not Fade Away, pretty intense ending. There's a lot of screaming on this one. I liked at the end, Bobby was just like, well, that's it. See y'all later, folks. Yeah. And Jerry's like, yep, that's it. Like, as if they didn't just blow everybody's mind in New York on that night with their incredible improvisational playing. So really good set 2 overall. Did get a little long, but overall it was really good. And Game, kicking it over to you.
Truckin was great. Really enjoyed Truckin. Drums was the drums. Other one was good. Me and my uncle was okay. Second other one was good. Really enjoyed Wharf Rat. Really enjoyed Sugar Mag. Two Souls, I don't know how I feel about it. Was no Chinatown Shuffle. It was okay. I don't know. Yeah. Definitely don't miss it.
It's an okay song.
Yeah, in the repertoire. My favorite thing of set 2 was the Not Fade Away into Going Down the Road Feeling Bad into Not Fade Away. Really, really enjoyed the end of set 2. For me, spoiler alert, set 1 was the much stronger set, but set 2 is no slouch. So very, very powerful show. Let's go ahead and do our reviews. We do not have a Scarlet Fire to review this week. Knob, would this show make your Book of the Dead?
I think it might. I think it would. I'm a big sucker for the Europe 72 era of the Dead. A lot of those shows are already in my Book of the Dead. And I do think that this one would be a good contender.
Big Book of the Dead.
I think situationally, yes. I again, this would be great to listen to on a road trip. It was a bit intense at time for my standard re-listening purposes, which is, spoiler alert, working. It is just kind of a little out there at times. But I really did like it and I did appreciate it. So I'm gonna go with yes, because I might want to re-listen to it on a road trip. If you say yes, we play the whole thing, so be mindful.
Yes.
Whoa!
While set 1 is stronger than set 2, set 2 is still a hell of a lot better than a lot of whole shows that we've listened to. So, yeah, no, real good. The last bit of the Going Down the Road Feeling Bad, Not Fade Away for me is enough to put it over the top. So yeah, no, definitely makes my Book of the Dead, which negates the next which set conversation. So that's kind of fun. Right. Show MVP, Fig. I will let you go first.
I had a lot to say about Bobby here. I thought Phil had a very strong show. Of course, Jerry was just amazing. But because it's so rare that we get a Pigpen show, and because it's so rare that I'm, kind of have affection towards his vocals, I'm gonna go with Pigpen. Good show by Pig.
You stole my thunder. Okay. I am also going with Pigpen. So that's 2 votes for Pigpen. Knob, who is your show MVP?
Ooh, I actually think I'm gonna give it to Bobby. Everybody had a really great night tonight, and I kind of struggled with who I would pick for MVP, but I found myself constantly being impressed with Bob Weir's guitar playing.
We had one Reddit comment.
Can I jump in just for a second?
Of course you may.
I'm using emojis for the MVP, so I have, of course, a pig, and I might put a pen in there. Knob, if you could think of an emoji for Bob Weir, what would that emoji be?
Do they have a Jorts emoji?
That was going to be my first there.
There...
I think Jorts emoji is the show title. Right, cool. All right. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to pick your brain about it. Is there a shorts emoji? Hold on, let me see what I can do here.
There is. They don't look like...
Okay,
it looks more like a bathing suit than like jorts.
Yeah, but you know what? It's a playing in the sand or dead ahead kind of emoji. There you go. Love it. Continue.
All right, we had one Reddit comment this week, and that Reddit comment was alerting us that the show reference in the post was for 1972 and not 73. As well as there was some crazy stuff I feel like posted that was deleted.
There's some bot nonsense that I had to get rid of. I think. I don't know.
I feel like the AI. I feel like the AI just went off the script. Next week we are featuring December 11th, 1988, from the Long Beach Arena in Long Beach, California. Looking like a pretty good show. Looks like a real short set one. Which is interesting. Yeah. At least it looks that way to me. Then A Mighty Quinn, Black Money River, Hey Jude Fantasy, 88. Yeah, that looks awesome. Can't wait.
Hell yeah.
Can't wait to listen. Let's go ahead and, as always, please go ahead and smash that subscribe button and like and share with any and all of your Grateful Dead loving friends and family. You may find us at wherever podcasts are downloaded. Hopefully soon to be back on the one that rhymes with Polka Dotify. More news on that hopefully soon. If you do like to get your podcast the old-fashioned way, you may find us at helponthewaypod.podbean.com. Once again, you may find us on YouTube at youtube.com/helponthewaypod. If you would like to email us, you may do so at helponthewaypod@gmail.com. And as always, you may communicate with us on Reddit at reddit.com/r/Grateful Dead. Any parting words from Knob or Fig?
See y'all later, folks.
Yeah, as our hero Phil Lesh says in the middle of set one, they're all crying for us to make it louder. You know what that means.
Nice.
Thanks.
And on that case, thank you once again for listening to the Help on the Way podcast.
Quasar. Birds were jingling, the door was ajar. Buckle was silver, banner was gold. Asked him to come on in after the cold. Rain was boiling, his reason was spent. Nothing is borrowed, nothing is lent. Gun. And again, these things just got to be done. Abraham and Isaac sitting on a bench, getting right, working down sense. You know the one thing we needed a left-hand monkey wrench. Come in with his eyes on the floor. Said you ain't got a hinge, you can't close the door. Mother stood up a full 6'10". Said you can't close the door when the walls caved in. Asked him for water, he both missed some wine. The battle and broke into mine. Did what you come for, you're ready to go. It's one and buckle was silver, his manner was bold. Ashton, come on in out of the cold.
These decisions always take time, folks. We've got to consult with our advisors.
Here's a guy that's been out there somewhere around there for the last few nights.
Get a light out there. Let's have a light out there. Let's
Anyway,
take a look at this guy.
He's been hollering alligator, and that's no joke. There's an alligator that lives out there under roads double E and double F, seats 4, 5, and 6, and you'll want to watch out for that.
Well, I married me a wife. She's been trouble all my life. Put me out in the cold, rain and snow. Rain and snow. Run me out in the cold, rain and snow. Run me out in the cold, rain and snow. Run me out in the cold, rain and snow. Out in the cold, rain and snow. Run me out in the cold, rain and snow. Run me out in the cold, rain and snow. Run me out in the cold, rain and snow. Run me out in the cold, rain and snow. Take it, you can have it. What I got, baby, I can't hold. And if you got the secret, tell me how to build the mold. I can't handle your problem. I don't try to handle mine. I get myself a shotgun, a pocket full of shells, and we can while away the time. Get it right, do it nice, and if you make a mistake, you're gonna pay for it twice. If you need it, got to have it. I'll get yourself a shotgun and bring it back. Whoa, blaze up the wall. You know you gotta crawl before you start crawling. Be ready to fall. And if you fall in my direction, don't expect no head back.
running aground, blind in the light of the interstate cars, passing me by, the buses and semis, plunging like stones from a slingshot on Mars. But I'm here by the road, bound to the low. I picked up in 10,000 cafes and bars, alone with the rush of the drivers that won't pick me up. The highway, the moon, the clouds and the stars, the black-throated wind keeps on pouring in with its words of a life where nothing is new. I'm Mother American now, I'm lost from the line, I'm drowning in you. Got St. Louis, the city of blues, in the midst of a storm I'd rather forget. I tried to pretend it came to an end, 'cause you weren't the woman I once thought I'd met. But I can't deny times have gone by. I never had doubts or thoughts of regret, and I was a man when all this began, who wouldn't think twice about being there yet. Black-throated wind, whispering sin, it's speaking of life that passes like dew, forced me to see you done better by me, better by me than I've done by you. To be found racing around, you carry your pain wherever you go, all full of the blues, trying to lose. You ain't gonna learn what you don't wanna know, so I give you my eyes and all of their lies. Please help them to love as well as to see, and capture a glance, oh, and make a dance of looking at you, looking at me. Black-throated wind keeps on pouring in with its words of a lie that could almost be true. Our Mother American night, here comes the light, drowning in you. I'm turning around, that's what I'm gonna do. Going back home, that's what I'm gonna do. You've done better by me than I've done by you.
news is hell all over town that you've been seen out running around. I know that I should leave, but then I just can't go, Lord. You will again. This heart of mine could never see what everybody knows but me. Just trust in you was my great sin. What can I do? You win again. This heart of mine could never see what everybody knows but me. Just trust in you was my great sin. I just can't go. You win again. This heart of mine could never see what everybody knows but me. Just trust in you was my great sin. I just can't go. You win again.
Take a little powder, take a little salt, put it in my shotgun, and I go walking out, juba juba, bully bully, bully bully, looking high, looking low, gonna scare you up and shoot you. Mr. Charlie told me so. Take your life, won't even take a limb. Just unload my shotgun, take a little skin. Juba, 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 bully, 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 looking high, looking low, gonna scare you up and shoot you. Mr. Charlie told me so. Together in some alligator wine, and I can hear the drums voodoo all night long. Mr. Charlie telling me I can't do nothing wrong. Juba, 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 woolly, bully, woolly, bully, looking high, looking low, gonna scare you up and shoot you. Charlie told me so. Mr. Charlie told me, I thought you'd like to know. I'll give you a little warning just before you go. Juba, 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 bully, 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 looking high, looking low, gonna scare you up and shoot you. Mr. Charlie told me so. Gonna scare you up and shoot you. Mr. Charlie told me, Mr. Charlie told me so.
We can share what we got of yours, 'cause we done shared all of mine. Keep on rolling, just a mile to go. Keep on rolling, my old buddy, you're moving much too slow. I just jumped the watchman right outside the fence. Took his rings for bucks and chains. I ain't that heaven sent. It hurts my ears to listen, Shannon, burns my eyes to see. Cut down a man in cold blood, Shannon, might as well be me. Now we play for life. One's for sport and one for blood at the point of a knife. Now the die is shaking, now the die must fall. Ain't a winner in the game. You don't go home with all, not with all. Leaving Texas, 4th day of July. Sun so hot, the clouds so low, the eagles fill the sky. Catch the Detroit, lightning out of Santa Fe. Great Northern, out of Cheyenne, from sea to shining sea. We've got to go to Tulsa, first train we can ride. Got to settle one old score, once more for the pride. There ain't a place a man can hide, Shannon, or keep him from the sun. Ain't a bed can't give us rest now. You keep him on the run.
If I had a gun for every ace I've drawn, I could arm a town the size of Amarillo. Don't you push me, baby, 'cause I'm moaning alone. And you know I'm only in it for the gold. All that I am asking for is 10 gold dollars, and I could pay you back with one good hand. You can look around about the wide world over, and you'll never find another honest man. Life's a fair deal in the country, Suzanne. Life's a fair deal in the town. Put your gold money where your love is, baby, before you let my tears go. Don't you push me, baby, 'cause I'm floating low. Well, I know a little something you won't never know. Don't you judge hard liquor, just a cup of cold coffee. I'm gonna get up in the morning and go. Everybody's bragging and drinking that wine. I can tell the Queen of Diamonds by the way she shines. Come to daddy on the inside straight. Well, I've got no chance of losing this time. Well, I've got no chance of losing this time. Got no and drink that wine. I can tell the queen of diamonds by the way she shines. Inside straight. Well, I've got no chance of losing this time. Well, I've got no chance of losing this time. Got no chance of losing this time.
Did I hear a request for psychedelic dildo?
Steely Dan
Must
number
be
2.
my hearing. Yeah. Watch out for that 1600 cycles, though. It'll get you every time. Steely Dan.
First 7/8 of the set is dedicated to Vic Tanny and Associates the world over. For no reason at all.
Woke today, felt your side of bed. The covers were still warm where you'd been led. You were gone. My heart was filled with dread. You might not be sleeping here again. It's alright, I love you. That's not gonna change. Run me round, make me hurt again and again. But I'll still sing you love songs written in the letters of your name, and brave the storm to come, for it surely looks like rain. Did you ever waken to the sound of street cats making loud? And guess from their cries you were listening to a fight.
just the last thing they're thinking of. They're only trying to make it through the night. I only wanna hold you. I don't wanna tie you down. Or fence you in the lines I might have drawn. It's just that gotten used to having you around. My landscape would be empty if you were gone. It's alright, I love you. That's not gonna change. Run me around, make me hurt again and again. But I'll still sing you love songs of your name. Brave the storm to come. Oh, it surely looks like rain. Whoa, surely looks like rain. Turning gray and it looks like rain. You don't look like rain. Oh, look like rain. Turning gray, look like rain. Oh, looks
That's Keith, and he's our new piano player. He's been with us for quite a while now. Part of the family, you might say. Actually, he's our old piano player. We just didn't know it for a long time.
Big balls, man. Can't you hear me when I call? Big balls, man. Can't you hear me when I call?
Now we're going to play a song that's about playing a song. That's about playing a song. That is as soon as this cycle gets unwound here. Olé! Ears in a tail. Hey, they're all crying down here for us to make it louder. You know what that means.
Trust reason, others trust your mind. I don't trust nothing, but I know it come out right. Say it once again now. I hope you understand. When it's done and over, a man is just a man. Playing in the band. Daybreak on the land. For fights. Some folks up in treetops are just looking for the kites. I can tell your future, well, just look what's in your hand. But I can't stop for nothing, I'm just playing in the band. Playing in the band. Daybreak on the land. Out in the West Texas town of El Paso, I fell in love with a Mexican girl. Nighttime would find me in Rosa's Cantina. Music would play and Felina would whirl. Life is the night where the eyes of Felina, wicked and evil while casting a spell. My love was strong for this Mexican maid. I was in love, but in vain I could tell. One night a wild young cowboy came in, wild as a West Texas wind. Dashing and daring, a drink he was sharing, the wicked Felina, the girl that I love. So in anger, I challenged his right for the love of this maid, won his hand for the gun that he wore. Challenge was answered in less than a heartbeat. Some young stranger lay dead on the floor. Just for a moment, stood there in silence, shocked by the foul evil deed I had done. Many thoughts raced through my mind as I stood there, had one chance, that was to run. Out through the back door of Roses I ran, out where the horses were crying. The good one, it looked like it could run up on his back in a way I did ride, just as fast as I could from the West Texas town of El Paso out to the Badlands of New Mexico. In El Paso, my life would be worthless. Everything is gone in life, nothing is left. It's been so long since I've seen the young maid. My love is stronger than my fear of death. I settled up and away I did go, riding alone in the dark. Maybe tomorrow a bullet may find me, but nothing worse than this pain in my heart. And at last here I am on the hill overlooking El Paso. I can see Rosa's Cantina below. It pushes me onward, down off the hill to Felina I go. Off to my right I see 5 mounted cowboys. Off to my left ride a dozen or more. Shouting and shooting, I can't let them catch me. I've got to make it to Rosa's back door. Something is dreadfully wrong, for I feel a deep burning pain in my side. It's getting harder to stay in the saddle. I'm getting weary, unable to ride. But my love for Felina is strong, and I rise where I've fallen. Though I am weary, I can't stop to rest. I see the white puff of smoke from the rifle. I feel the bullet go deep in my chest. From out of nowhere, Felina has found me. She's in my cheek as she kneels by my side. Cradled by two loving arms that I'll die for. One little kiss and Felina, goodbye.
Doctor, Mr. Andy. Doctor, can you tell me, Doctor, what's ailing me? Doctor, and he said, hey, yeah, 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 yes it is. All I need, good love. All I need is love, good love. Early in the morning, baby, love. In the evening, one more time. Come on, baby, squeeze me tight. Don't you want your daddy just to be alright? He said, baby, baby, that's for sure. Baby, I got the fever. Baby, you got the cure. Baby, she said, hey, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. All I need, all I need. Oh, good love. All I need is love. Good love. Early in the morning, baby. Good love. In the evening, one more time.
way but loose. That's a harsh time. Every way but loose. That's a harsh time. Every way but loose. That's a harsh learn. And every way but loose. That's how she burn. She got some evil loving ways in the morning, evil loving ways in the afternoon, evil loving ways. I'll make her do anything she wants you to do. know you can go to a school of loving, brag about the things you do. Go to a school of loving, brag about the causes you took. I want to tell you something, people. My woman's the one that wrote the book. She wrote the book. She wrote the book. If you go to a school of loving, my baby wrote the book about leave away and get a man can all around. Leave away, get a man can all around. You just can't know which way you're going. You don't know just where you've been. I can't know where you're going. Don't know just where you've been. You just can't loving ways and you know that you mess with your head. She got the evil loving ways, you know that you mess with your head. You walk around the room all day, you just can't wait to get that back in bed. That's the way I want to stay. All night long, all night long, all night long, all night long, all night. She got the dirty all night long. All night long, she got the dirty all night long. Can't get away from the baby. You can't cut it loose. You can't get over it, darling. And that's the truth. You can't get on under it. You can't get around it. You can't get through it. You can't get away from it. Just I got to get it right down into it all night long. Yes, it will. She got them evil loving ways to keep you up all night long. It don't matter if you got to go to work, she keep you up all night long. Oh, yes, she will. She'll make you feel like a fool. Nothing you can do. Feel like a fool. Nothing you can do. You got to love her all night long. All night long. All night long. You got to love her all night long. All night long. You got to love her all night long. All night long. You got to love her all night long. You can't get around it. You can't get away from it. You got to have it. Once you got a testimony, you just can't let it go. Time over, baby. I take a look at the window shade. Sun begin to come out and say, Lord, what a mistake I made. Ain't no way to get over it. Ain't no way to get around it. Ain't no way to go through it. You just got to get into it all night long. All night long. You got to love her all night long. All night long. She make me love her all night long. All night long. She got like the river waves all night long, all night long, all night long. You're gonna love it all night long. It don't matter if you come home after a 4-day drunk. You can be dead tired, laying up in the bunk. She come in the room and on a smile. Only thing in your mind is just to do a little riding for a while. All night long, baby, you got to make it love. Oh, I know you can't stop. All night long, but she's a loving machine. Like a snake, she wrap around you. Like a snake, she hold on. You can't get away. You get tired. You can't get away. You get tired. You get tired. Oh, you're tired. Oh, you're tired. Oh, you're tired. Yes, you that's a good old stuff. I'll go on to the all I need. One thing, one more not so good. She had went away for a while. She had gone away for a while. I wasn't feeling too good. I wasn't feeling too good. I tried everything. I tried getting drunk. I tried to get stoned. I tried to walking, talking all night long. And nothing seemed to help me. And nothing seemed to help me now. And nothing seemed to help me, baby. And nothing seemed to help me now. I just had to have some. I just had to have it. I just had to have some. Just had to have it. Had to jump on a pony and ride. I jump on a pony and ride. Jump on the pony and ride now, baby. I jump on the pony and ride. So I asked my doctor what I should do. I asked my doctor now. I said, doctor, what do I do? He said, go find it. That's not the only thing that satisfies you. Go on, find your baby. And I was feeling so bad. I asked my family doctor about what I had. I said, doctor, doctor, Mr. MD, doctor, can you tell me, doctor, what's ailing me? He said, hey, 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 yes, it is. All I need, good love. All I need is love. Good love. Early in the morning, baby. Good love. In the evening, one more time. Come on, baby. Squeeze it tight. Don't you want your daddy just to be alright? said, baby, baby, that's for sure. Baby, yeah, I got the fever. Baby, yeah, you got the cure. Baby, yeah, and she said, hey, 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 that's all I do. Yeah, 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 all I need, oh, good love, all I know, good love, right in the morning, baby, good love, in the evening, one more time. Thank you. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
truckin'. Got my chips cashed in, keep truckin'. Like the doodah man, together, more or less in line. Just keep truckin'.
Heroes of neon and flashing my keys out on Main Street. Chicago, New York, Detroit, and it's all on the same street. Typical city involved in a typical daydream. Hanging up and see what tomorrow brings.
Dallas, got a soft machine. Houston, close to New Orleans. And New York, got the ways and means. The trucks won't let you leave.
True love, oh yeah. Most of the time they're sitting and crying at home. One of these days they know they better be going out of the door and down to the street all alone.
Truckin', like the doodah man once told me, you got to play your hand. Sometime, cause it's worth a dime if you don't lay 'em down. Sometimes the lights all shining on me. Other times I can barely see. Please, not curse to me. What a long, strange ship it's been.
What in the world ever became a sweet chain? She lost her sparkle, you know she isn't the same. Living on rents and vitamin C and cocaine. All a friend could say is ain't it a shame.
Truckin' up to Buffalo, I'm in Vegas. You got to mellow slow. It takes time. You pick a place to go. Just keep truckin'.
Sitting and staring out of the hotel window. Gotta get they're gonna kick the door in again. I'd like to get some sleep before I travel. But if you got a warrant, I guess you're gonna come in.
Busted down on Bourbon Street. Set up like a bowling pin. Knocked out against the wearing thin. But just won't let you leave.
You're sick of hanging around and you like to travel. You're tired of traveling, you wanna settle down. I get they can't revoke yourself for trying. Get out of the door, lie down and look around.
Sometimes the lights all shining on me. Other times I can barely see. Lately you don't curse to me. What a long, strange trip it's been. Truckin', I'm a-going home. Oh, oh, baby, back where I belong. Back home, sit down and patch my bones. To get back truckin', oh, oh, oh. Hey, now get back truckin' home. Hey, now get back truckin' home. Hey, now get back truckin' home. Ah, get back truckin' home. Get back truckin' home. Get back truckin' home. Get back truckin' home. truckin'. I'm a going home. Whoa, whoa, baby, back where I belong. Back home, sit down and patch my bones. Get back truckin'. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, now get back truckin' on. Hey, now get back truckin' on. Hey, now get back truckin' on. Ow, get back truckin' on. Ah, get back truckin' on. Ah, get back truckin' on. Ah, get back truckin' on.
explode. It rainbow fire around and round to tremble and explode. In the smoking crater of a mind I like to blown away. But the heat come round and busted me for smiling on a cloudy day. Coming, coming, coming around, coming around, coming around, coming around, coming, 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 coming around, coming around, coming around, coming around. vehicle went riding down South Colorado, West Texas bound. We stopped over in Santa Fe, that being the point, just about halfway. And you know it was the hottest part of the day. I took the horses up to the stall, went to the barroom, ordered drinks for all. 3 days in the saddle, you know my body hurt. It'd been summer, I took off my shirt. Hey, tried to wash off some of that dusty dirt. West Texas cowboys, oh, they's all around. With liquor and money, or they's loaded down. Soon after payday, I know it seems a shame. You know my uncle, he starts printing the game. Hey, how old Jack in the winter take a hand. Cowboys got sore. One of them called him, and then 2 more accused him of cheating. Well, oh no, it couldn't be. I know my uncle, he's as honest as me. Hey, I'm as honest as any man can be. That's me. One of them cowboys, he stops to draw, and I shot him down low, but he never saw. Shot me another, but then he won't go. In the confusion, when I grab the gold, head right tail it down to Mexico. Now the those cowboys, I let it go. Love my uncle, but God rest his soul. He taught me good luck, taught me all I know. Taught me so well. Well, I grabbed that gold, and I left this dead ass there by the side of the road. I came across an empty space. Rebel and exploded like a bus stop in this place. Let's go by and I got on, that's when it all began. Those cowboy needles at the wheel, the bus to never ever land. Loaded all around, coming around. Loaded all around. Coming around, coming around, coming around.
The other half found me stumbling around, doggone bargaining wild. But I'll get back on my feet someday. The good Lord willing, if He says I may, I know that my life I'm living's no good. I'll get a new start. Live the life I should. I'll get up and fly away. I'll get up and fly away, fly away. World has been true. True to me, true to my dying days. I said to him, I said to him, I'm sure she's been. I said to him, I'm sure she's been true to you. I got up and wandered on the downtown, nowhere to go but just to hang around. I've got a girl, hey Bonnie Lee, I know that girl's been true to me. I know she's been, I'm sure she's been true to me. Sugar magnolia, blossom blooming, heads all empty and I don't care.
So my baby down by the river knew she'd have to come up soon for air. Sweet blossom, come on under the willow. We can have high times if you look by. We can discover the wonders of nature rolling in the rushes down by the riverside.
She's got everything delightful. She's got everything I need. Takes the wheel when I see it double. Pays my ticket when I speak.
She can keep it to raise a pilot, or she can wait in a drop of dew. She don't come and I don't follow. Waits backstage while I sing to you. She can dance a Cajun rhythm, jump like a willy, four-wheel drive. She's my summer love in the spring, fall, and winter. She can make happy any man alive. Sugar magnolia, ringing that bluebell. All caught up in sunlight. And come on out singing and walk in the sunshine. Ooh, come on, honey, come home with me.
She's got everything delightful. She's got everything I need. Bricks in the pines in the summer night moonlight. Crazy in the sunlight, yes indeed.
Sometimes when the cuckoo's crying, when the moon is halfway down, sometimes when the night is dying, take me out and I wander round, walk around. daydream. Meet you in the tall trees. We're going where the wind goes. Blooming like a red rose. Roll on over sweet land. And Lord, I'm singing, I walk you in the morning sunshine. Sunshine daydream. Sunshine daydream. Walking in the tall trees. Going where the wind goes. They blooming like a red rose. Roll on over sweet land. Then I'm thinking I walk in the morning sunshine. Sunshine daydream. Sunshine daydream. Take a great notion. Sunshine daydream. Rolling like the ocean. Oh, sunshine daydream. Sweet coming daydream. Sunshine daydream. Sweet honey daydream. Sunshine daydream. Hey, oh, sweet coming daydream. Hey, oh, sunshine daydream. Hey, oh.
they feeling when they look in each other's eyes? What are they seeing in each other's smile? Is it a love I've never known, or an emotion that I've outgrown? Did I take a wrong turning on life's winding road? Won't someone help me find the right way to go? My life needs some correction, alteration in direction. Won't someone come with me for a while? For a while, in case I fall. Secret of this tie that binds two souls in communion, both body and mind. Is it special magic or just the nature of things, conceived of great spirits, not for beggars but kings? You who have found it, please help me along. I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm not made out of stone. My I feel like a stranger here. Feel like a stranger here. What I need, just one ride, just one ride on them wings of love. Help me, somebody. Oh, somebody, please help me one time now. All I got to do is fly on them wings of love. Fly on them wings of love. I wake up in the morning sometime. I feel a soaking wave. Don't go to strangers. Come on to me. Come on to me. Come on to me. Don't go to strangers. No, no, come on home. That's all I need. Come on home with me.
Thank you.
I wanna tell you how it's gonna be. You're gonna give your love to me. I wanna love you night and day. You know I love will not fade away. You know I love will not fade away. Not fade away. My love's bigger than a candle, yeah. I tried to show you, but you tried to buy. Your love for me has got to be real. You gonna know just how I feel. Love's real, not fade away. Not fade away. where the water tastes like wine. Where the water tastes like wine. Where the water tastes like wine. Wanna be treated this way. Going down the road, feeling bad. When I'm going down the road, feeling bad. Going down the road, feeling bad. Hey, hey, hey. Wanna be treated this way. My clothes. What where the climate suits my clothes. What where the climate suits my clothes. Don't wanna be treated this way. Going down the road, feeling bad. Going down the road, feeling bad. Going down the road, feeling bad. Hey, 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 wanna be treated this way. Down the road, feeling bad. I'm going down the road, feeling bad. I'm going down the road, feeling bad. Yeah, yeah. Wanna be treated this way. I'm going down the road, feeling bad. I'm going down the road, feeling bad. I'm going down the road. Feeling bad, bad. Don't wanna be treated this way. I'm going down the road, feeling bad. Going down the road, feeling bad. I'm going down the road, feeling bad, bad. Don't wanna be treated this way. Going down the road, feeling bad. Going down the road, feeling bad. Going down the road, in the band. Wanna be treated that so. Gonna be, you're gonna give me your love to me. I wanna love you night and day. No, I love but not fade away. You know I love but not fade away. Love is 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 love but not fade away. 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 Fade away, may it not fade away, not fade away, may it not fade away, may it not fade away, fade away, fade away, fade away, fade away. See you all later, folks. Yep, that's it.